Tap Eddie's gavel and dent it.
As the vice chairman. And I'm gonna tell you, it's in for roughly 2 years.
I know.
If it comes up.
On.
It'll be us two and then us. Just like.
Okay, let's open the closed session for April 5th for the Tulare County Board of Supervisors. And what do we have first?
Yes, we do have need for closed session. Items A and B will be held until needed, if needed. C and D will be heard. There will not be any announcement out.
Okay, thank you. So let's just go right into. Or moving? Okay, and we're going to move into our closed session chambers.
his way.
Okay.
Reed, is it Movember already? Carry a purse, you just carry that crap.
Yeah. All right, is there just one or two?
Two.
This is one?
One and two.
Oh, there's two. Just go back to you, Eddie.
I think Pete needs to sign up. Thank you. Can you leave that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, he has a pen.
We all got new pins, so I guess.
All right. Today is April 5th, 2022. It is 6 p.m. The board reconvenes for open session. We are here at the Human Resource and Development Department Innovation Conference Room, and we will start with Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence. Today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice Chair Townsend.
Join me in saluting the flag of our great nation. Ready? Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. So we'll begin today's board meeting with Board of Supervisors matters, and we will start with Vice Chair Townsend.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Chair. Hello, everybody. Good to see you out here this evening. We're going to try to stay awake. We ate just before, and so we're gonna hit our crash right in the middle probably. But we'll try to stay. Just throw something at us if we start to nod off. But anyway, just a few things to report on. Last week, Thursday, our Porterville Breakfast Rotary Club did a museum tour, Porterville Historical Museum. And in case you haven't been there in a while, they've made a lot of progress lately. So just to encourage everybody to take a trip over and go see the Porterville Historical Museum. And then on Friday, was joined by John Hess, Diana Mendez, and my wife, and we played the Tulare County Cattlewomen's golf tournament up at River Island on a county team. And we had an attorney and we had an analyst guy on there, and so we kept a really good score. And because of that, we lost really badly. But besides that, no, we had a great time and representing the county and raising some money for that cause. And then later that evening, came over for the Habitat for Humanity Birdhouse Auction over here at the Woodlands in Visalia, and also Macari and Chucklian were there as well, supervisors, and had a great time there, raised quite a bit of money for that. Yesterday, I had my Tule River Joint Powers Authority and Success Reservoir Enlargement Project meeting. And right now, we've completed phase one of the lake expansion of the spillway. The phase two is getting into property negotiations, about halfway there right now. And phase three will be starting probably, it looks like, in July. And so should be getting that completed in by 2024 pretty easily. And that's going to increase that spillway by about 25% behind the dam. So that's going to be a real good thing when that gets done. And then a Habitat for Humanity meeting later on that day. And then coming up tomorrow is Tulare County Sheriff's having the promotion ceremony that I'm sure many of us will be attending. And then we have our Local Agency Formation Commission meeting, LAFCO, over here as well. Thursday will be the Rotary meeting, my Rotary meeting in Porterville, and the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting, and we're really rolling with that now. We're right in the middle of getting out the bills and measuring pumping, and so we're right in the middle of implementation. So there's a lot of things happening, a lot of adjustments being made right now, water markets being formed. So just trying to keep up with everything that's coming down. Friday, I'll be meeting with the chair of the Tule River Tribe, with William Garfield, discuss a few issues with the tribe. And Saturday, there'll be the ex-Wagon Masters dance in Porterville for it's the run-up to the Jackass Mail Run and the Rotary and the rodeo in Springville. So that will be a good time. I'll be the sheriff at the fake jail again this year up in Springville for the Jackass Mail Run on the 16th. And then Sunday is SciCon's annual barbecue and tour. If you've never been up there to see that, it's a good thing to do. I think it's 11 o'clock to 4. They'll be having the barbecue and tour, so take a trip up to Springville. That's about it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. We will move on to Supervisor McCary.
Well, good evening, everyone. Again, it's great that we're so busy and things have opened up. I guess the beautiful weather is getting also adding to this. This last week, Supervisor Suckling and I met with the Source Leadership Academy. We met here and had a discussion with the group that came through here, and just about how to be board and how we act and what we actually do as a board members. And so it was a great time to sit down and meet with everybody. I attended the Kiwanis Farmer of the Year luncheon. I attended a mixer at the Blend Room for the Visalia Republican Women's Federation. I was invited to that, and that was it was good to meet everybody and see the big turnout that came there. I had a luncheon with the City of Visalia Mayor and City Manager. I try to meet with all of them annually at each city that's in my district, and just about fostering a relationship and what we can do to continue to move forward. That evening, I had a Visalia Chamber mixer. And then First Five Awards that we attended. I attended that with Supervisor Suckling and Supervisor Valero. That was Thursday. Friday morning, I was a guest at the Visalia Breakfast Lions. We met at the golf course at the country club there and had a nice breakfast. And Friday evening, I attended the Habitat for Humanity birdhouse auction with Supervisors Townsend and Suckling. Saturday, I attended the Tulare County Museum Jamboree. That was a beautiful event. I had to leave and come back for something, and the park was packed and traffic was stopped on Mooney to go in, so that seemed to be a really great turnout. Saturday evening, I attended the Exeter Ag Boosters fundraiser that they had as a happy hour setting, and raised some funds for the Exeter Ag Booster program. And Sunday, I attended a fundraiser at Terrata Ranch. So this coming week, tomorrow I'll be at the Tulare County Sheriff's Promotion. I'll also be at the LAFCO meeting. Tomorrow evening I'll be at the Crystal Apple Awards, recognizing some teachers for their great work and what they've done. Thursday is the FFA State Degree Awards dinner in Tulare. Friday I'll be attending a tour for the new construction here at our Board of Supervisors. I set that up when Brooke Sisk has graciously agreed to meet me there and take me on a tour. I'll also be attending a golf tournament that's put on by Mackey Construction for the Visalia Breakfast Lions on Friday. Saturday's Lindsay Orange Blossom Parade and Festival. I'll be attending that. Sunday, I'll also be at the Sycon Barbecue. And Monday's the Veterans Advisory Committee. So a lot of good things happening.
Awesome. Thank you. Busy, busy, busy. Next, we will have Supervisor Shucklian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Supervisor McCarty, did you say we told them how to be bored? Is that what you said?
Well, it probably came out wrong.
Okay.
What we did.
I just want to
how we
make
functioned
sure
as a board,
because
I apologize.
depends on who they're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, as Supervisor McCarty said, we did meet with the Source Leadership Academy, talked about leadership and encouraged them to get involved in the community. Wednesday, I had a Tulare County Economic Development Corporation Administration meeting. Thursday, prior to the first 5 awards that I was able to MC, and they tell me I did better than the past MC.
You emceed in the past, Supervisor, so maybe you just improved your game.
Maybe, huh? But prior to that, I was at the Chamber Mixer at the Quail Park at Shannon Ranch. And when I get old, that's where I want to live. That's they serve some good food, huh, Larry? Wagyu beef sliders and all of that. No wonder it's so expensive to live there. I, too, on Friday attended the Birdhouse auction. It was nice to be back live for that. A lot of folks were there. Saturday, I also attended the Mooney Grove Jamboree, and as Larry said, it was pretty incredible. There were booths. We had the Registrar of Voters, the National Parks, the Master Gardeners. That was just, in one area. If you've never been to that little museum in Mooney's Grove, you are missing out because there is some rich history and artifacts there that are truly incredible. So I encourage you to do that. It's free admission, so, if you have to pay the $6 to get in the park, it's well worth it. By the Ag Museum, then they also had a car show, classic car show going on. Our Tulare County Fire Department was there, CAL FIRE. They had hay rides. They wouldn't let me drive the tractor, but they had hay rides. So again, it was a wonderful event. I know there was a lot of people involved, so I just want to say Amy and group and whoever else was involved in that, thank you, because it really highlighted Mooney Grove Park. What did I do after that? Well, today I had a mental health board meeting, and then tomorrow I will be attending the Tulare County Sheriff's Office promotions. Is that right? Tomorrow at 10? And then tomorrow night, I was invited to Fresno to attend a production of a movie called Songs of Solomon, which is set during the Armenian genocide. So April is a month that we recognize the Armenian genocide, and so I will be attending that movie. So with that, that's it.
All right. Thank you for sharing. We'll go on to Supervisor Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So a few items I wanted to go over today. So I know it just seems like it was yesterday, actually it was in 2018, that we updated the Allensworth Hamlet plan, but they have a desire to not be called a hamlet anymore. They would like to be called a community, and so we're going to be going through a process to create and update the Allensworth Community Plan. That meeting went very well this morning. Appreciate Aaron Bach from RMA for joining us out there. I thought it was very productive, and the visions are grand in Allensworth to accommodate the actual financial commitment that I believe the state will be making later this year. We have supported some budgetary allocations from Sacramento that will make a significant investment in upgrading and improving the park in Allensworth, and residents are ready and excited about it. So happy to support that effort. Also was able to tour the Board of Supervisors and County Administrative Office remodel this afternoon. I think that project's going quite well and look forward to seeing that be fully done. Hopefully, we will have the carpet on the Board of Supervisors chamber wall. I know it's for sound purposes, but can we at least have that cleaned? Because I know you don't want to get rid of it. Can we have it cleaned? Okay.
Sure.
All right. Just want to make that point. Make that point before I forget that. So upcoming meetings, I too will be attending the sheriff's promotions tomorrow at 10 at headquarters. Do congratulate all of the promotees. It's a big accomplishment in your career. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, right here in this room, will be a meeting of the Tulare County LAFCO that I will be attending. And then on later on in the week, Busy week for me, of course, with constituent meetings and functions, but a couple of other public meetings I wanted to highlight. On Monday at noon, there will be a meeting of the Tulare Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs Committee meeting at Appalantes in Tulare. Always look forward to attending those meetings, providing updates from the county, as well as receiving updates from different happenings throughout the community of Tulare. At 1 o'clock in Farmersville, there will be a meeting of the Greater Cahuilla Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then at 3 o'clock that afternoon, right here, there will be a meeting of the Tulare County Water Commission. So busy weeks, and I feel like it's only going to get busier as the community continues to recover and get back to a full active state post-COVID. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I could piggyback off something that Supervisor Vanderpool said, I also want to mention about Allensworth, that the Amtrak, that's the only part of Tulare County which goes through, the Amtrak goes through, and actually in June, there'll be a special stop in Allensworth during a celebration there, so I can get more information in the future, but thank you.
Awesome. All right, well, good evening, Tulare County. A few items I didn't mention last week, but deserve some attention. Last week, I met with residents of East Orosi to continue our discussion of clean drinking water in this community. Residents are still struggling with the poor infrastructure and hope that the state will work on moving the consolidation process along in a quicker manner. Last week, I also met with the CEO of the California Volunteers Commission to go over potential projects and programs for the Central Valley. CVC will be piloting several fellowships along with oversight of the AmeriCorps program, and just want to make sure we align our programs with community impact and investment. The WELL conference was a hit, and so there were many elected officials in the room from 9:30 to 2:30 in Selma on Saturday, where we were discussing water policy, water funding, and water resources. As mentioned, our very own Mike Washam and Denise England participated and provided a wealth of knowledge to the attendees. A panel that I moderated was on implementation of funding from the state and how that gets implemented at the local level. And so we had Laura Firestone from the State Water Board, as well as Maria Herrera from the Central Valley External Affairs Governor's Office. And then we also had Denise England. And so basically trying to understand the start to finish processes and how we need to really invest in our communities, especially our underserved communities who right now don't have the infrastructure for our water projects. So more on that. This week, I had a library advisory board meeting this afternoon. Thank you, Darla and team, for a great meeting. Followed by a ribbon cutting and groundbreaking ceremony for the new Dinuba High School complex. And so here's the shovel that we were able to receive as a result of the groundbreaking.
But budget
You guys
cuts,
were
they
on your
didn't have
knees and
full-size
you did
shovels
what?
today, or are you shoveling with that?
A
Supervisor?
recognition. We use actual shovels. Congratulations to Dinuba Unified School District. Tomorrow morning, I will be attending the sheriff promotion ceremony as well. Our monthly #lead committee meeting, and the Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks update. And then later in the evening, I will be providing a welcome address to the Step Up Youth Challenge Awards at the Fox Theater. Awards will range from best overall to community collaboration to impact and sustainability. And so these are projects that high school and middle school students have been working on for the past year, and so they will be recognized. We will also be honoring former Supervisor Phil Cox, who passed on recently, and sharing his passion for youth engagement with his wife, Connie Cox. This event will be held Thursday, April the 7th, again from 6 to 8 at the Visalia Fox Theater for those that are interested in learning about the various projects that these students have created. On Friday, I will be attending a Goshen Business Roundtable along with the Cutler Rossi Community Awards Banquet. Man of the Year, Moses Ahmed. Woman of the Year, Yesenia Miraz. Small Business of the Year, Mo's Quick Shop. Community Public Service and Health Award, Open Gate. Educational Leader of the Year, Lisa Castillo. Junior Citizen of the Year, Nolan Fernandez. and Lifetime Community Service Award are in Market and Large Business of the Year Family Healthcare Network. All right. So with that, we are going to item 2, and that is to present a certificate recognizing Barbara Grunwald for her many years of service and dedication to Tulare County. So before she comes up, I just want to read something for her, and that is, and for the public to know who this individual is. She retired in March of 2020, and due to the COVID restrictions, a decision was made in the office to forego the request for recognition of the retiring employee. Barb Grunwald had served 12 years in the County Council's office as our expert in retirement law, conflicts of interest, and all the nuances of the Brown Act. She also graciously returned as extra help later in the pandemic to help train newer attorneys in the office and pick up the slack caused by the influx of changing laws and mandates related to COVID. She has been actively sought out by other counties to provide assistance due to her expertise in retirement law, Brown Act, and assessment appeals. She is a graduate of the Stanford University School of Law. She had previously worked for Lozano Smith School Board agency or law firm before becoming a deputy county counsel with the County of Fresno, and later came to work for Tulare County in 2007. She is married to her husband, Jim, of many years, who is also present this evening. She has one daughter who is an architect and graduate of Cal Poly. Go Mustangs. And she is a die-hard Giants fan. All right. And with that, I'm going to transition over to our county counsel, Jennifer Flores, who will share additional words.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, CAO, Chief Clerk, Jennifer Flores, County Counsel. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to pay homage to one of our most valuable deputy county counsels, Barbara Booth Grunwald, or as we affectionately refer to her as BBG. Some of you may have had the honor to know Barb Grunwald as a deputy county counsel, but a lot of you haven't realized that she's actually been retired for the last 2 years and returned to help us out with some very important major projects, including one that you will hear from us about later today, updating procedures to assist the clerk of the board and operating departments in their respective roles. She is, as Supervisor Valero stated, sought after by many of our neighboring counties. I have had calls since her retirement, before her retirement, simply asking, is Barb still willing to do work? Will she consult with us? I have a very unique Brown Act question, retirement question, and Barb has always been happy to serve and represent our county counsel's office. And one of the things these attorneys in our office greatly benefit from is Barb's expertise in the law, her writing ability, and her ability to mentor each of the attorneys so very carefully. I myself benefited from Barb's mentorship when I started with the county in 2011, and it's from Barb that I learned the importance of not only learning, knowing the law, and interpreting the law, but advising clients on how to practically apply that law, and it is something that we carry out through the office every day, and it's thanks to Barb's guidance. So I would like to thank you in belatedly acknowledging and thanking Barb for her many contributions to good government here in Tulare County, and wishing her and her family all the best.
Awesome.
Thank you. I didn't get to work for Tulare County long enough to be recognized in the service awards, but I was always interested when I came, when other people in the office were being recognized for their lengthy service, that there were many people who would come after 30 or 40 years and say they'd never been in the boardroom, they'd never seen any of the board members in person. And that wasn't true for me, because our office works so closely with the board that I've been to many a board meeting, sat on the dais for individual items, worked with you in closed session. And so when I retired 2 weeks after the pandemic started, and we had to cancel the office potluck, and we had to cancel the open house for the other departments, that made me sad, But it made me really sad to not get to come and say goodbye to you guys. So I'm very thrilled to have the opportunity to do that tonight. And I didn't know when I was getting laid off from Fresno County due to their perennial financial problems that I was going to come to a place where the board works much more collegially and much more focused on serving the people of the county. I didn't know I was going to have these great bosses whose philosophy consistently has been, we don't care what the policy decisions are. We want to give the board all the information they need, and then they can make the decision that they think is right for the board and for the county. I didn't know I was coming to a happy employment environment. We don't have those kinds of financial problems. And so you're able to hire enough staff, you're able to pay enough salaries, that your departments have happy employees who stay forever, and you have departments heads whose goal is to have their employees stay forever and leave only on retirement. And I had wonderful colleagues. It was great fun. And thank you very much. I really enjoyed working here, and I really appreciate getting to come and say goodbye now.
Awesome.
Yeah, just real quick, Barb, I just want to say thank you. I am one of the board members who has been very fortunate to work with you throughout your career. And I remember when you came here from Fresno County, and Kathleen was then so proud and felt so blessed to be able to have your expertise enhance her office. And whether it was Retirement Board or Government 101, I've had a lot of opportunities to work with you, and I just have to say that I really appreciate your knowledge, the way that you conveyed that knowledge, although it wasn't always, especially on the retirement side, exactly what the Retirement Board wanted to hear. You conveyed your knowledge very, very well and effectively, and I appreciate your kind comments about this board and the environment that this board has strived to create within this county and for our employees and our departments. You're going to be missed in your retirement. It's actually kind of a rare day where I can say I've worked here longer than you have and you're retiring before me. But I wish you all the best in your retirement, and may the best years of your life be ahead of you.
Yes, Supervisor McCarty.
Barbara, when I was with the Sheriff's Department, we worked on several things together, and I just want to say it was always a pleasure working with you. And as Supervisor Vanderpool alluded, the way you were very knowledgeable, and the way you presented it, it was always assuring that it really wasn't questioning, or we thought even maybe we didn't agree with what was occurring, but it was assuring that we were doing the right thing. So I just want to say thank you, and it was a pleasure to work with you.
Awesome. And okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. And Barbara, we didn't get to work together very long, but in that short span of time between the time I got elected and the time COVID hit and you were behind the scenes, did get to see your professionalism and see that now the ripple effects of that going through county council at this time. So we always appreciate that all that advice, and like Pete was kind of saying, whether you take it or not, we really appreciate the advice. And thank you for the kind words. You didn't see us beating each other up about 15 minutes ago, but hey, beyond that, yeah, we really get along really good. But thank you, and really wish you the best in your triumph.
Awesome. And with that, we're all going to step down, and we're going to take a picture with your plaque.
Yes, look in that general center.
Here we go. One more. All right, 3, 2. Awesome. Thank you, Barb.
always bittersweet when we have to do that. All right. Item 3 is receiving a presentation by the Community Services Employment Training Sequoia Community Corps for the Year of the Youth presentation. And so here we have Mary Alice Escarcica, who will be making a presentation.
Thank you. I'm actually going to begin it, and then I'll hand it over to my colleague. Good evening, Chair Valero and members of the board and CAO and County Council and county staff. CSAT, as we always say, most people just know us by the acronym. We could not do the work that we do without your support. And through the years, from Tipton and Pixley and Allensworth to Porterville and all of the communities in between, from Lindsay and Farmersville and Orosi and Dinuba, and my hometown, Goshen. We couldn't do all the great things, and I am so appreciative of the opportunity to share tonight what we're doing with youth programs. And I believe you have a presentation, a PowerPoint that we handed over to you. And Barbara, before you leave, Barbara did a training for our board, and I believe in 2000.
Oh, yeah, it's been a while.
It's been 2010 or 11.
Yeah.
On the Brown Act. And I want to say again, thank you. And I was just thinking to myself, can I have her back again to do it again? I have new board members. So thank you. Thank you. Before she left. So I just want to say that's how far back we go back. We're your staff. And so we have a beautiful picture that kind of gives you a snapshot of all of the work that we're doing with seniors and young people. And I'm not going to share about seniors tonight. It's about youth. The next page, please. I don't know if I have it. If I could just, perfect. So just a quick history about who we are. Most folks don't know that in 1976, in 1964, we actually were a part of Self-Help Enterprises. And during that time, we were predominantly doing youth programs, and then in 76, they wanted to continue all of the housing work that they're doing, and we wanted to continue doing youth programs and other support programs, and in 84, the county anointed us as the Community Action Agency for Tulare County, which brought with it funding, but it also brought opportunities for us to kind of continue to grow. And during that time, just to kind of let you know, we had about 35 employees. We're at 250 today. So that tells you how we've grown. 1986 was when we started our Conservation Corps, and just to kind of share, it is now called the Sequoia Community Corps because we are in Kings County and Tulare County providing services. We are one of 14 certified corps in California. So what does that mean? We receive the CRV that people are recycling, the dollars that come to that. We're one of 14 that receives those dollars to promote recycling in our community. We do all the recyclables for the Forest Service. We do the recyclables for the restaurant and bars, hospitals. We provide that free of service to them. And we are doing all of that and putting young people to work. Next page, please. Through the work that we do as a part of our mission, we have 4 major departments: the Community Initiatives, which handles the VITA. It handles senior services, energy assistance. We provide energy assistance for individuals who are needing help. Last year we did almost 7,000 folks that received help with their light and gas bill, and we're also weatherizing homes. The Sequoia Community Corps, which you'll hear about today, is really about putting young people to work that are 18 to 26. They're getting skills and getting job experience, and then our workforce development work that we do with the Workforce Investment Board, as well as the Health and Human Services Agency, and putting people back to work. Next page, please. So the Sequoia Community Corps this is our mission, is to provide services to young men and women in job training and education. And what I'd like to do is actually bring up my colleague, Teresa Guzman, who's also, and I will say, she grew up in the community of Early Mart, still lives in Early Mart, is our division manager for the entire Conservation Corps and all of our programs. So I'd like to bring her up to talk about the programs.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and county staff. Again, I appreciate the time and opportunity to get to share a little bit about our programs. And as Mary said, we've been in existence a long time, but every program, as you know, throughout the time changes, adapts, and programs go away, new programs come in. So this is a good opportunity to get you reacquainted with what we're doing now and what our goals are. Oops, sorry. A quick overview of the Corps is we handle several programs within the Corps umbrella, which is urban forestry, public works, the Department of Recycling. We have the weatherization, our eco and back to work program, which we'll talk a little bit about more further along in the presentation. We have our John Muir Charter School, which is our charter school within the school, within the program. We also have outside internships, and this fiscal year we were able to serve 122 young adults in our local community. Our eligibility criteria, as Mary stated, is that they have to be 18 to 26, live within Tulare County, and our program is a paid work training program. And this is very important because the majority of our young adults in our program, in our core program, are the hard to serve. These are the young people that have either live in disadvantaged homes, have not completed their high school diploma, are young parents, have other issues, other barriers that have not allowed them to complete their high school diploma, go to college, or gain employment just like other young adults do. Many of our young adults have also been on probation, parole. So these are also barriers and challenges that have limited them from being able to get those opportunities that they need to further themselves. So this is why our program is really unique in that sense. That leadership training that we also provide is also crucial because many of these young adults haven't gotten that through through their rearing. So this is an opportunity where we create that structure. We're able to educate them and teach them what those soft skills are, then those leadership skills are that are needed to be able to be successful. Because yes, having leadership skills are great, but if you don't develop those soft skills, those leadership skills don't flourish. So those soft skills are really, really important. Showing up on time, making sure you're there, having a plan A and plan B if you're a parent as to how to get to work and all, and those things are things that maybe they traditionally would not thought about. So this opportunity, this training program gives us an opportunity to be able to work with those young adults in this type of setting. And the reason why our programs are important and they're paid training programs is because these individuals are 18 to 26, which means most of them are out on their own, or they're young parents, so they need to sustain a family. So this is one of the reasons why they're paid training programs. Another thing is they are also, some of them are not graduated from high school, so one of the things that we talk about a little bit more is our John Muir Charter School. That's a really important part of having a charter school within our program because they are required to work a week and go to school a week. And that way, we don't only give them that training opportunity, but we also make sure that they gain that valuable education that they're going to need to get a job outside of the core, which is a temporary training program, and it's not permanent. So we need to prepare them. We can't just say, okay, we've trained you for 6 months, a year, and now you can go. That's not how it works, So making sure we have a plan for them, being able to prepare them to be successful is a really important and crucial part of the core. And how do you apply? Well, there are many ways to apply. You can go on in person. We have orientations every Tuesday. Right now, because of the pandemic, we didn't stop. When the pandemic hit, the core was still needed to provide essential services throughout Tulare County. And we also recognize within the agency that for some individuals, this is the only opportunity they had to gain some income while everything was shut down. So we continued on moving forward, and our young adults were there beside us getting the work done that needed to be done. Our urban forestry, I'm going to share a little bit more detail about our programs. Our urban forestry it works with our vegetation and waterways throughout the city of Visalia primarily. It's urban greening. We're planting trees. We're creating waterways and improving acres and habitats. This past fiscal year, that's one of our goals and what we did. Our Public Works Department improves parks. We work in the construction and trades. We create public sidewalks, and we built walkways and ramps throughout the fiscal year. The Department of Recycling, as Mary stated a little bit about when she first did the introduction, we're funded through the state of California to provide recycling services to our residents here in Tulare County. One of the ways we do that is by holding e-waste events. We're partnering with local agencies, local municipalities, incorporated and unincorporated as well, to make sure that we're allowing the local residents to be able to recycle their unwanted materials properly and to properly divert them. Additionally, we have a recycling crew that consists of our participants that go out and do presentations to young kids ages from kindergarten to high school on the importance on recycling, how to conserve, how to do all of those things. They also take part in numerous community events. This past fiscal year, we attended almost more than 30 events. And that was throughout Tulare County. So it serves as a great opportunity to educate the community about what we do and how they can utilize not only our training services, but our recycling services, our conservation services throughout the county. As Mary also stated, we have recycling containers out in our mountain areas, over 400 containers. So this is, and I'm going to go ahead and share a little story about one of our recycling programs. We were out promoting another program that we were going to start, and I was talking to the gentleman that worked there for the National Parks and Services, and his name was Ernie. And he started talking to me. He goes, you know, I was a Corps member. In 1992, I was a Corps member, and I was one of the first Corps members that started and put the containers out in the mountain areas that you guys still serve. So I know the impact that your program does, because there were no opportunities for me in where I was. So when I was able to come up and do the recycling, I was able to meet these individuals within the Forest Service that helped me, that guided me, and that showed me that there was another way. So through these programs, not only are they providing a service that is needed for our communities, but they're also having that connection with our partner agencies that are serving as mentors, guiding them, teaching them the path. He also worked with CAL FIRE. He was a hot shot. He did all these things. So I was like, oh my God. I go, you know what, Ernie? I go, we're family. I was so excited, and it kind of revitalizes your passion for what you're doing, because you get into the day-to-day, everything. I'm looking at budgets, I'm looking at goals that need to be met, I'm looking at so many other things. But that made me step back and remember why I was there. It was empowering, and it was impactful, and I really appreciated hearing that and how successful he had been. So, and he started in our Department of Recycling. Our energy and weatherization services, we also provide, as Mary said, helping the community and residents weatherize their homes to be energy efficient, and because especially right now that costs are going up and everything is so high, being able to weatherize those homes and being able to provide those services is really helpful, not only by just paying a bill, which we can also do, but also a long-term solution. Okay, we can assist you right now, but what is the long-term solution? And that one of those things is weatherizing the homes, now understanding how to be energy efficient. And our Corps members go out not only to weatherize the homes, but do the presentations, but also they're also manning those calls to be able to provide those supportive services and helping out with the bills when those families need that. Our ECO and our Back to Work programs. These are two programs that are under our core umbrella, but they're not traditional to what our other programs are, in the sense that we do serve individuals outside of that 18 and over range. However, these are great opportunities for our core members, because homelessness, it impacts all ages, and many of our young people are homeless, so they fall through in those programs. So not only do they qualify coming in sometimes through the mission, because those are referral-based programs, they come in and they get referred through the mission. They fit that criteria, which is at 18 and over, and we also enroll them in our other programs. So we are able to utilize all of our resources to assist those individuals to gain not only the training, but also those opportunities. When they do an assessment, they determine, oh, you also need a high school diploma. Let's work with you on that. So we are trying to look at every way, the leadership, the mentoring, during those opportunities as well. We do share so much about college, furthering their education, understanding how the world of the college world works, because many of our young adults that we serve don't understand it. They know that there's a college, they know that there are all these opportunities, but they don't know, how do I do that? How do I get to that point where I can apply? Do I start in a JC? Do I start in a state Do I start on a UC? We teach them all those things. And many of them at times are not going to be able to utilize those. But you know what? They bring that into their family. They learn about that and they remember that. So that's one of the things that we also make sure that they're aware of all the opportunities they have, and we encourage them for that. John Muir. And like I said, John Muir is, oh, I'm sorry, let me go back to the Back to Work program. That is one of our newer programs that we work with Caltrans and the Butte County Office of Ed. And our young adults are out there working and cleaning the highways and byways throughout Tulare and some of Kings County. So this is a great opportunity because they're not only beautifying our community, but they're also gaining that valuable opportunity to be able to qualify for the Caltrans SAMS positions. Once they are in those jobs, they are getting the same training as a Caltrans employee would be. They're getting the same knowledge that is one of the biggest things for those type of positions, safety, safety, safety. Because of the type of the work that is being done, people think, well, they're just cleaning up, and it's simple work, but it's not. There's so many things that go into being able to do that work. And our young adults get exposed to that, get trained on that, and they're able to qualify for those positions. We've been able to start, and 3 of our participants have gotten hired through Caltrans because of these programs and these opportunities. So we're very happy. So that's why, again, because those programs we are able to hire over 18 to 26, but again, it's an opportunity for our young adults in our core programs. Our John Muir Charter School is a custom education plan because when our individuals come in, some come in close to graduating, some are very deficient in their credits. So they have an individual plan where they're able to be successful. And like I said, go to work a week and school a week until they gain their high school diploma. Once they do that, they're able to transition into full-time employment and then eventually into employment outside of their training program. The youth workforce programs, these are other programs within the umbrella, the CSET umbrella. Hashtag LEAD, the Youth Works, Youth Transition, and these are all programs that, as you see there, that cannot happen just with CSET. They happen because of partnerships, because of those opportunities that other individuals give us, and because of you all here, because I know that we have applied for grants and we're calling individuals, we're calling many of you to help us with letters, helping us write. So we know it's because of you that we're able to do a lot of these projects because we could not do this on our own. It does take a village, takes partners, and we appreciate you very much for that. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions, I'll have comments.
Okay. Yeah, any question or comment? Yeah, go ahead with the comment.
Well, thank you. If you're in this area and you're involved, you know about CSET.
Yeah.
Obviously, the youth programs, Youth Become Adults, and you give folks such a foundation to be successful later in their life. CSET you guys have tentacles, like a million tentacles. You're involved in so many different things with youth and, community. When I got the dog park going in here at Plaza Park, you guys did all the sidewalks and all of that. So I'll be at Lowe's or Home Depot or call somebody to put some solar screens on and, oh yeah, I met you when I was at CSET in this program, or I worked in the weatherization program. So thank you for all that you do throughout Tulare County. You guys are a great organization, and thank you.
Awesome.
And, one more thing.
Go ahead.
Our trip to Pixley, Mary Alice, as soon as I got on the board, she said, okay, Tuesday, it wasn't a Tuesday. Get in, girl, I'm taking you to Pixley to see the new library and the building, and then we stopped off at the little mobile home village there, and so you're awesome. You do some great things. Thank you, your leadership. Okay.
While I'm not going to refer to you as an octopus of Tulare County and talk about your tentacles, what I will do is just thank you for your partnership. You really are a great partner, whether it's for senior services, which is absolutely a vital program. I know we're here today to talk about youth programming in the community core, but your impact spans from the youth all the way to the senior citizens who are desperately in need of services. And I just want to say thank you, because I've been able to work with you from the youth perspective as well as the senior perspective, and everything in between. Whenever we are looking for a partner, looking for a way to get something done, CSET comes up regularly. And I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to highlight some of the work that you do, and thank you for your commitment to showing the youth of Tulare County opportunities for their future.
Well, thank you. And like I said, thank you all for your support, and thank you, Mary, for your leadership. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and then we have,
I'd just like to say, I echo the comments of my colleagues, but I think in one word sums up is energy. I've dealt with CSET for many years and worked alongside of them, and just the energy is amazing, and the can-do attitude. You know, it's funny, we just talked about a little project that Mary and I have been working on, and when I called her, it was like, we went toward this building, it's like, I can do this, and we're already moving forward. So, and that energy just travels down through everybody, and it's so refreshing to see. I just want to say thank you.
and if I can just share really quick too, I know that there are so many amazing programs and opportunities out there, and this is just one opportunity in a space in which you can share. And because I think that youth obviously are our next generation of leaders. I also have an experience with the youth at work. Prior to this, when I was the executive director of Young Men's Initiative, we worked hand in hand. There were many men, the young men who were working as part of CSET. I would ask them, so what are you going to do with the money? You would think, oh, I'm going to buy this. No, I'm going to pay a bill for my mom, or I'm going to pay for my cell phone, or I need to pay. So that responsibility, that work ethic, and the need to succeed. And so again, thank you for filling the gap and being that bridge to community, but specifically to the youth of our communities as well. So thank you. All right. Thank you. We are going to move on to public comment. Public comment is members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. And so for items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to make comments when the item comes up for board consideration. Any person addressing the board will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Do we have any members of the public in the chambers wishing to speak at this time? Any members of the public in the chambers wishing to speak at this time? Okay, so we will move on to our Zoom and phone calls. Do we have any Zoom or phone calls?
Mr. Chair, I have no public comments.
Okay, thank you. That leads us into our timed item. We are going to take up item 5, and that is a public hearing.
Mr. Chair, can we take on consent calendar,
Oh,
please?
consent, yes, sorry. All right, so we will move on to consent calendar, and that is number 6 through 25. These items are routine and usually approved by one motion. Yet before action by the board, I will ask the board members and the public if they wish to remove any items from consent calendar for separate consideration. I know that we have an item that will be pulled, and that is item 10. And so we will make sure that we bring that back for our next board meeting. And I do believe that Supervisor Shuklian would like to comment on item 18.
I would, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, kind of 17 and 18, but this is an item that's using $1.5 million of our ARPA funding to be used by upholdings in the acquisition of Tagus Gardens, formerly known as 99 Palms. If you remember, that's something that we worked with the Housing Authority had originally bought it at the very beginning, before there was even Project Home Key, which gave funds to purchase. Unfortunately, things didn't work out the way we wanted them to with the property, but thanks to now the ARPA funding and upholdings, we will be acquiring that and making the necessary and appropriate remodeling so that can become 56 permanent supportive housing units in Tulare County. So I just want to thank the staff who's worked very hard on this. The fire department has been out there. And it's actually going to be called Madison Gardens now. So again, I just wanted to show that the partnerships and all that can make these things happen, and now it really is becoming a reality. So I know Noah, our homeless initiatives coordinator, is on Zoom, and Tim, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say, or if I got it all in? I must have, okay.
Yeah. And thank you for your leadership on this as well, Supervisor Shucklin. I know
Thank you.
you've spearheaded this from the very beginning of your tenure here on the board, and so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
So with that, is there anything else?
No.
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
All right, so there's been a motion on the floor by Supervisor Shucklin.
Second?
All right, there's been a second by Vice Chair Townsend. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McCary,
Aye.
Supervisor Vanderpool,
Aye.
Supervisor Shucklin,
Aye.
Supervisor Valero,
Aye.
Supervisor Townsend.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. We now take up item number 5, and that is public hearing. Request from the Resource Management Agency to consider proposed adjustments to the planning and development fee schedule. So I have something that I will read, and that is, before we open the public hearing, can I please have the clerk provide instructions to members of the public on our procedures for today's hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To members of the public, if you are participating in person, please complete and submit a comment card. Provide your name and agenda item number 5. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the Q&A feature to submit your requests and provide your name and agenda item number 5. If you are participating via phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Once your name is called on, you will be connected to the boardroom to address the board in the same manner as if you were here in person. Please clearly state your name for the record. Your statements will go out on the live audio stream and will be included in the audio recording of the meeting. The timer will be set to 3 minutes, so please adhere to the time limit. If you choose not to call in, you may also participate by submitting an email, as this item is being heard. Email should include the sender's name and for the record. Email should include the following in the subject: agenda item number 5, and sent to the clerk of the board's email address at clerkoftheboard@tulare-county.ca.gov. Public comments will not be read but will be made part of the record if received before the close of public testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. We will now take up agenda item 5, a public hearing to consider adjustments to the planning and development fee schedule. All right, the public hearing is now open. We will start with the staff's presentation and then take board questions and public comments. Staff will be asked for their recommendation after public comments, and the board will discuss before taking final action. At the conclusion of the action by the board, the public hearing will be closed. Department, please make your presentation.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Board, CAO. Sherman Dix, Assistant Director, Tulare County Resource Management Agency. Before you tonight, I have our proposed fee increases for our Planning and Development Department. Oops. Some background for you. Our last fee update was 3 years ago in fiscal year 20, so that would have been 2019 that we came before the board. Our last hourly rate increase, so some of our fees are flat fees and some of our fees are hourly services. Our last hourly rate increase was in 2009. Our fee increase recommendations are based on actual cost to provide the services. This was determined via an internal cost study, a 3-year average of what it costs to provide the services that we're recommending increases for, and comparative rates to other counties. We wanted to make sure that we are competitive in the cost of our services. And the goal being to provide business-friendly service cost that also provides as close to full cost recovery as possible. So our cost survey was based on surveying similar fees in Kern, Kings, and Fresno County. We compared those results to Tulare County's, to our proposal. And we compared 3 years' history of fee revenue and expenses, our actual fee revenue and expenses, to determine the percentage of cost recovery for each fee. Our first proposal is for our hourly rate increase. That's the one I mentioned hadn't been increased since 2009. Currently, that rate is $100 per hour. Our actual planning department hourly rate cost based on that 3-year average is $115 per hour. Based on CPI or inflation adjustment, since 2009, that rate would be $130 per hour. Based on just the county's cost of living adjustments, to the majority of the cost is the labor to provide the planning service. Based on those cost of living adjustments, that rate would be $123 per hour. Surrounding county hourly rates are $110 to $135 per hour. And actually, the $135 per hour is Kern County. And when I discussed this with them, they're planning on increasing that fee to roughly $150 per hour. Our recommended rate is $115 per hour. This would increase the planning revenue approximately $110,000 annually based on the number, the average number of planning hourly charges that we complete in a year. Okay, so these are generally our more complex planning services, larger projects, and that's why it's hard to determine how many hours it might take to complete that service, so we charge an hourly rate. Okay. Our flat fee increases, we have 4 that we would like you to consider tonight. The admin special use permit, these are special use permits. They're special uses which may be desirable to a community but don't fit within the zoning that exists. Lot line adjustments, this is when a property owner wishes to change the lot line, or 2 property owners wish to change where the parcel line exists. Minor modifications, these are small modifications. It's codified in our ordinances for certain increases or decreases to existing zoning. And minor deviations, and these would be also codified to determine what exactly a smaller deviation to the zoning that's allowed, so variance to that zoning that's allowed. So the increase to the admin special use permit that we're proposing is $900. For lot line adjustments, $450, minor modifications, $600, and minor deviation, $300. So to give you some perspective on what that means, the current fee for admin special use permit is $1,000. Our median cost of service, so the average was actually higher, but we chose a median to eliminate outliers. The median cost of service was $2,106. The 3-county range was $1,945 all the way up to $4,920. The average of those 3 was roughly $3,800. Our proposed fee would be $1,900. It would increase our revenue $20,700 per year based on 23 special use permits on average that we provide per year. And that would provide us 90% cost recovery. Okay. For lot line adjustments, the current fee is $900 per hour. Our median cost of service, $1,929. The 3-county range, $1,050 to $1,655. Our proposed fee is $1,350, which would provide annual increase of $17,550, and that's based on 39 lot line adjustments on average that we do per year. And that would provide 70% cost recovery. Minor modifications, our current fee is $500. The median cost of service, $1,193. The 3-county range is $1,140 to $1,613, an average of $1,405. The proposed fee is $1,100, which would provide $34,200 in additional revenue based on 57 average cases or average cases per year. That would provide 92% cost recovery. And finally, minor deviations, current fee $900, median cost of service $1,318, the range $1,392 to $3,204. Our proposed fee would be $1,200, which would provide $5,100 in additional revenue based on approximately 17 cases on average per year. And that would provide 91% cost recovery. There's also, I don't have it in the slide, there's some minor administrative fees that we adjusted as well. Our copy fee, we're asking to increase it from 10 cents to 25 cents per copy. And we're taking off, deleting CDs when we provide documents digitally and replacing it with flash drives. So the numbers, there were a lot of them, I know. They were reviewed and approved by County Council. They were reviewed, our methodology was reviewed and approved by the County Auditor. We also sent out letters with these proposed increases to stakeholders in the community, those customers that are regular, we regularly provide these services to. And we publicly noticed this hearing for this evening in the newspaper twice. So I'd like to thank Board of Supervisors, CAO, the Auditor Controller, County Council, and RMA staff in helping to conduct our study and prepare this presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Yeah, I do have a question before we open it up to colleagues. The question being, is there any way to phase this in as opposed to doing some major jumps, like say from the 500 to the 1,000 something? I know that we have to recoup our costs as well, so I understand that. But sometimes the impact can be felt at the counter, and so just wondering if that was at any way considered.
Absolutely. I think what we wanted to show you was instead of bringing a reduced cost recovery proposal, we wanted to show you what it's actually taking to provide the service. But that is absolutely something, depending on your desire, that we'd be happy to make part of the increase. And it's actually what was done previously. So since I've been here, I know we said the last update was in fiscal year 20, but that was not actually that was only reviewing actual previous increases that had happened in 2015 and 2016. And those increases were phased in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Supervisor Vanderpool.
I'll make a comment. I'm all for phasing. I think phasing makes a lot of sense, but we have to remember that costs are just going to continue to go up, and we're in a cost rising environment, and if we don't make the move, we're just going to continue to fall further and further behind, and as we phase them in, we're going to have to be adjusting up more and more every single year. So the faster we get to cost recovery, I think the less of an impact that's going to be had in the community. I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but everyone's cost of doing business is going up. We are not exempt from that.
Certainly, and I would like to add that, you can consider the recovered cost kind of like a subsidy to the person that's receiving that service. The coverage of that cost has to come from somewhere else. So.
Yes, Supervisor McCarty.
I can actually concur with both of my colleagues that I would like to see a phased-in program. However, I don't see it feasible because the budgets was going to suffer. And one note that I'm proud of that we're doing is we're not gouging our public. We're taking less than 100% of recovery. So we're also helping them achieve their permits and their process without going too bad. And costs are going to go up. They're going to continue to go up. And so unfortunately, I think by delaying it, we're just going to go backwards on the budget, and we're going to get further and further behind. So the purpose of this is in order to stay afloat. If I'm incorrect, please correct me, but it's so we can continue to do business without having to raise the costs much more than what they are. It's still a significant jump, because if we wait, then the costs increase going to be much higher down the road. Is that my understanding?
And I believe that's what's happened, and that's probably why tonight these look so dramatic, is that, like I said, I've been here about 6 years now. we haven't asked for an increase over that time for various reasons. At one point, it seemed like we might be entering a recession. Obviously, we didn't want to ask for increases during the COVID pandemic. So I agree with you that I think sometimes you have to pull off the Band-Aid and just make the move. I would say, too, that the cost, if you look at the comparison to the other counties, we're extremely competitive. I mean, we're at the bottom.
Yeah, and then to highlight, we didn't go to the extreme. So
Absolutely.
you really looked at where can we see the greatest impact, and you chose that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, I'll just add to that real quickly. I do appreciate the way that was presented as well. It made it very understandable that the process you went through, same as a business goes through that process, figuring out what your costs are, how much of that you're recovering. Of course, in a business, you're recovering the cost and you're adding the profit and overhead. In this case, we're not quite recovering the cost, but we're getting closer and closer to it, and while staying within. I love the comparison with the surrounding counties, the competitors in the business analogy.
Yeah.
And so it just makes it very understandable. And I know you guys were real tentative to bring these in front of us, but we also understand that we have to do what we need to do to keep the county in business. So we appreciate all your hard work on it. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Any other colleagues? All right. With that being said, we are going to open it up to the public. Any members of the public wishing to speak at this time? Okay. No members, do we have any members of the public via phone or Zoom?
Mr. Chair, we do not.
Okay. All right. There being no more public comments, I will close. Oh,
I'm sorry, may I have?
no, yeah, go ahead.
There's something just dawned on me. You had the stakeholders, you did outreach to stakeholders.
Yes.
What was their response, if I could ask?
We had no response.
No response at
Yeah.
all? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So there being no more public comment, I will close the public testimony and bring the matter back to the board for discussion and action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval.
All right. So there's been a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Townsend. Do I
I'll
have-
second the motion.
Thank you. We have a second by Supervisor Vanderpool. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McCrory,
Aye.
Supervisor Vanderpool,
Aye.
Supervisor Shucklian,
Aye.
Supervisor Valero,
Aye.
Supervisor Townsend.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take up item number 6 and, or, no, sorry, no, item, okay, sorry.
Wherever we
Item 26, sorry.
I wonder why I knew that.
Item 26. And this is to receive the Library Advisory Board's annual report. And then we will have a proclamation being April 3rd through the 9th, 2022 as National Library Week in Tulare County.
Good evening, Chair Valero, Supervisors, CEO Brett, and County Council Flores, and our wonderful clerk, Melinda Benton. I'm so happy to be here during National Library Week, and today is National Library Worker Day, so shout out to my employees who've worked 90 or more % of this pandemic. The library did not close, the doors closed, but we were still there. So I'm really proud of them. They do an awesome job every day, and they're still doing it every day. I'm really happy to be here to ask you to receive this report and to do the proclamation. Now, I don't need that. The Library Advisory Board and County Librarian are proud to present our annual report. The purpose of this report is to inform the Board of Supervisors and the public of Tulare County and and the public of Tulare County. The Library Board and the library want to highlight our activities, our accomplishments, and our goals. And since we last came before you in October 2020, this report is expanded to include information from fiscal years 2019 to 20 and 2020-21 with the summary of challenges and future plans, which you had requested at the last one. So I'm going to turn this over to the chair of our Library Advisory Board, Alex McDavid, and he's going to go over some information about our Library Advisory Board.
Do I need to click?
Okay, thank you. It's always nice to have a good clicker. Oh, yes, okay. Let's see, am I here?
You're right there.
I'm right there. There's my name. Good evening. In February of 2022, you all approved the Library Advisory Board's revised bylaws that include an update of our purpose. We work closely with the county librarian. The Library Advisory Board advises and makes recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding all phases of library services and operations of the Tulare County Free Library System, which includes the library policies and operations, including hours, federal, state, and/or local legislation pertaining to library funding and support, public input about the library, financial requirements of the library, including the annual budget, and other matters of concern to the Board of Supervisors regarding the library. The Library Advisory Board includes 10 members. Our full board includes 1 member from each of the supervisorial districts and 5 at-large members appointed by the Board of Supervisors on recommendation of the supervisor from the district. We meet the second Tuesday of each month, beginning at 4 p.m. Meetings are currently held virtually and will resume at Visalia and other branches once restrictions are lifted. Meetings are open to the public, and public participation is encouraged and appreciated. There is a list of the members.
Some which are listening via Zoom.
Indeed. The advisory board members believe the library is an invaluable asset to Tulare County communities. We continuously strive to maximize resources to ensure library services efficiently meet the changing needs of Tulare County's diverse population. In general, the board is an important resource for the public and Board of Supervisors. The goals of our board include to hold meetings virtually or in person and tour branches. That's been one of the great things, is to get out in the larger community and see all of our different branches. And I want to mention something on the cover of this report. It's not a branch that we mentioned, but we've got this wonderful van, this wonderful, what do we call it?
People are calling it a bookmobile.
Well, it's a bookmobile, but we've got a different name for it, right?
It's
Pop-up library.
Tulare County. It's a
Yes,
pop-up library.
it's amazing. If you get a chance to see it, I know you have. We saw it together. Oh, good, okay. So we're committed to visiting the Tulare County libraries. We review county policies, rules, and guidelines. The Library Advisory Board updated the bylaws during this time and began to look at the gift and donation policy. And we review with local communities library branch hours. The library conducted a recent survey of branch hours and will review those with the board. And we'll review with the board. The board and library staff goal is to work closely with our communities to ensure the new hours best meet the needs of the local communities. So, back to you.
I'm not a good clicker, as you can see. This is going to be a little long because I have to go over a lot of things. The Tulare County Library was established in 1910 by the Board of Supervisors under the County Free Library Law section of the state education code, and including the appointment of a qualified county librarian, which I'm happy to say I am. Administration, management, and supervisory staff provide leadership and direction to 2 primary divisions, the library services and the literacy services, which supports countywide services through 42 full-time staff, extra help staff that is growing because of ARPA, 17 branches, 5 book lending machines, 1 literacy center, and 1 bookmobile. I'm very proud of what we can do with this small staff and many service points. The Library Service Division provides administration, operations, support, and services in the communities of Alpa, Dinuba, Early Mart, Exeter, Farmersville, Ivanhoe, Lindsay, London, Orosi, Pixley, Springville, Strathmore, Terabella, Three Rivers, Tipton, Visalia, and Woodlake. Those are where our buildings are. We also provide support to Traver. We also provide support to Badger and to Plainview. And we do go out with our bookmobile also to Terabella. So the bookmobile is expanding our reach, which is great. We operate also dispensing machines in Cutler, Tipton, Traverse School, East Porterville, that's the Alta Vista School, and the Workforce Investment Board One Stop in Visalia. The library provides information access, reference, readers advisory, and specialized education-based programs and events. The library's collection of books, magazines, newspapers, and DVDs and audiobooks is available to all county residents, including access to over 2 million items from the collection of all our members in the San Joaquin Valley Library's 10 library systems, which we are part of that consortium. We provide free access to computers, technology, the internet, electronic resources at all branches, and also from home. And this also now includes, because of COVID, many free virtual programs, and we've added many free ebooks and other e-resources from ourselves and from state resources. So I'm really happy to add that, especially some things for workforce investment. We have access to magazines, newspapers, journals, language learning, career assistance, homework help, and downloadable books that I mentioned. Now that we're open, we'll begin to provide public instruction on software applications, e-resources, and the internet more than the one-on-one we've been doing all along during the pandemic. The children of the Tulare County are a high priority. As we return to opening branch libraries, we are starting to hold regular in-person story times, class visits, and programs to support the literacy and learning of our youngest members of our community. We are also in the midst of planning our summer reading, our very popular summer reading challenge, which some of you do participate in. It's not just for children. And that's very critical over school breaks because of what they call the summer slide. Kids who read and learn and grow and get cultural exposure are known to do better in school almost immediately when they return. So libraries are a big part of that, and we feel like we've made a big difference in the learning of our children because we provided summer reading even during the pandemic, including programming at our meal sites. It helps children learn the love of reading and retain those comprehension skills. We hope to have more in-person, we will be having more in-person special events to draw children and families into the library and introducing them, like I said, to culture and education. The Literacy Service Division oversees the county's Read to Succeed literacy program. The program primarily provides one-on-one tutoring services, ESL conversation circles, and family literacy programs based out of the Visalia Literacy Center. But we serve the entire county. Literacy was able to provide most services virtually or limited in person during the pandemic. Staff during that time, they provide assessments of learners, volunteer training, support services, additional materials to each learner pairs, including some devices. And the program includes general education development, career online high school scholarships, supplied by our state library, test preparation, improvement of the basic reading and writing skills, and mastery of English as a second language. And we also do Health and Human Services Agency referrals. And we do appreciate the support of the Health and Human Services Agency to make sure we do continue adult literacy in this county and throughout all 5 districts. We also provide 2 other programs that specifically are for early learning. One is early literacy for families, or like we call it, ELF. It provides a parent and child literacy education for children under 5 and their parents. So we not only teach the children about reading, writing, rhymes, rhythms, things like that, but we also teach the parents the necessary family literacy skills to take home and use as well. We also do similar kind of training for people at preschools, teachers and parents, to provide resources so they can go and provide those learning trainings as well. I know it's a lot, but I feel like if I don't say it, you won't know. Where are we? Up there. Our library's mission statement is still the same. We are trying to meet the information, recreational, and self-education and cultural needs of the community in a welcoming atmosphere with our trained staff, our organized collections, and to fulfill the commitment to the future by providing these things for our community. And I look back at this all the time, and I'm so happy to say that we do this every day. Our core services are access to a wide variety of information, customer services, literacy and education services for children, adult literacy services, and education and cultural enrichment. This is what we strive for when we do our goals for our budget every year. We continue to meet those goals and achieve, sometimes even overachieve them, which I think you're going to see this year. I think we've done a good job. I'm wearing my computer glasses, so excuse me. Okay. Our accomplishments. This year, the county librarian and library staff worked diligently to provide quality services in a way that meets the needs of Tulare County's diverse population. Selected Tulare County Library highlights of this year, 2020, fiscal years 2020 and fiscal years 2021 are highlighted here. We had our third and our fourth annual book festivals, which one was horror and one was science. Supervisor Shecklian read books at both of those, as well as Supervisor Valero read one at this last one. So we really appreciate those. Well, those both were virtual. We had a lot of really great authors, 4 which are featured on the slide. So I'm really proud of that. We continue to expand our programs of summer meal sites. I'll give you some statistics later. We did summer reading challenge, winter reading challenges, and spring reading challenges. They were all pretty successful. One of our last winter reading challenges actually almost doubled. And we're very happy because usually those aren't as popular as summer reading. We have some great makerspace interns in Exeter due to a grant, and we keep expanding that program, and I'll talk about that later. And I actually mentioned it twice on this slide, so how that's excited I am about it. We had a great Asian American series put on by the staff in the Exeter region, and they did just an amazing job, and we had a great author, and she's also on the slide. We really thought that was quite successful. We even taught a language course as part of that. I was really happy about that. And we've done some excellent take and make craft kits. We've continue with our Career Online High School scholarships. We recently just had another 4 graduates, so I'm really proud of that. We purchased the bookmobile. We have regular stops, and we do a lot of events. And we were at Saturday's event.
You were, and I forgot to mention.
That's okay. I was there too, so it was great.
Facebook Live, I mentioned.
Yeah, excellent. So, but we were happy to be there and be part of it because we were also very integrated with the county museum in multiple ways. Virtual programs, some grant funded. We were very happy to have some. We did some D&D programming from a grant that we were very happy to do. We also had a workforce grant where we were able to help people looking for jobs and set up some a place at the library where they can practice interviews or even be in an interview. So we're really happy. And now we have through the state some great, excellent resources for training and that we can do that. So there we go. Collections, some collection numbers. We have 40,155 registered borrowers, including 6,776 children 0 to 14. Our numbers are not as high as usual, but that has a lot to do with we weed those collections every year and COVID. But we still are we've been registering patrons all throughout COVID. So plus we also introduced virtual card registration for our high schoolers and above. So, and that's been very successful. We have a collection of over 300,000, over 250, and that's low because we just did a major weed project because of your wonderful allowing us to have CARES Act fund to do RFID throughout our system. So that the only reason that's low is we had to weed out the old stuff because we didn't want to waste a 50-cent tag on and staff time on those. So, but we're building that up really quickly. Over 250,000 items in our collection with access to over 2 million, which I mentioned before. Total physical books and materials are 229,539. We have over 79,000 children's materials, over 11,000 young adult, over 11,000 DVDs, audiobooks, 6,255, ebooks, these numbers have quite increased, 13,944, and our e-audiobooks are quite larger than they've been in the past, 5,888, 8. And if you're like me, you're on the wait list all the time. It used to be you could get one right away, but almost all the books are on hold, so we're really happy about that. We have 86 online resources. This number has greatly increased. And we had last year, in the last year, we've had 520,000 people visit our website. That's a lot of people. Okay. Here's some statistics for you. Our summer meals. In 2020, we had 7,304 patrons served at 54 pop-up visits at 28 summer meal locations, and we're very happy of those numbers. This last summer, we had 5,404 patrons at 57 pop-up visits. And I think the first year we might have still served some meals. We didn't serve meals the second year. We just went to pop-up sites. This year we will be serving meals in 2 of our locations, and we will have more pop-up sites that we go to. We had 1,500 summer reading signups with 531 completing in 2021. We had 792 and with 404 completing in 2020. These are really good numbers for us. We usually have a quarter, and we had more than a quarter people complete. Complete means they went through the program and got the final prize. Didn't mean that the other people who signed up probably read too. We had 213 literacy learners and their families, including that number is 80 families and 53 adults. Reference questions, which actually are going up, over 19,000. We had over 17,000 patrons viewed or attended 709 programs and events. This is the most programs I think we've ever had in a short period of time. And volunteers still provided, even with COVID, 2,580 hours. Okay, accomplishments previews. And this is just a snippet, okay? We received an English as a second language grant from the state's literacy grant, $34,000. We continue to do major virtual programming. Now we have green screens. Now we have all these special things. We're doing more and more author visits. We have a program we're going to be rolling out soon with Chromebooks with hotspots. We introduced the 1,000 books before kindergartens, which we've gotten a lot of publicity, local publicity about. We're very proud of that. We just introduced the Plant Wildfire STEM Library Initiative. So we'll be, if you want to come by the library and pick up your wildfire flowers so you can plant them to help bring back the bees, we really appreciate it. We're going to be at Wood Lake Botanical Gardens at one of the events, and that's exciting, so look for those. Expansion of our Team Makerspace internship to Lindsay and Pixley. We got a $250,000 Stronger Together book lockers and bookmobile grant to replace our book lockers, our book machines in the 5 locations, plus add a 6th one. That's going through our foundation. We have our ARPA-funded extra help library assistants. 2 started at the beginning of this pay period, and we have 8 coming on board. We're very happy about that. Visalia branch, it has projects, a number of them. We've pretty much finished up our LED lighting. They are working on our Circle Drive right now, and we have a solar project coming up soon. We have our Dia de los Niños, Dia de los Libros events that will be happening on the week of the 30th. We also are doing World Book Day on the 23rd. If you come on out, if you want to, we're asking community members to have booths, and we're going to be having story times to represent all the cultures of our community. I also want to mention that it's National Library Week. We also will be having a bookmobile, special bookmobile rollout in front of Visalia. And we also have story walks throughout the community. Story walks is we put signs with a book on it, and you have to walk in to read the stories. And this year they really did an amazing job, and it's at so many of our branches. And we also had one at the Jamboree. The library continues to accomplish great things, including our upcoming annual book festival. It's going to be the Tulare County Library Mystery Book Festival. It's in the works and will take place on November 5th, 2022. So you guys on board? Anybody else want to read? let me know. I know you're certain. And yeah, see, that's what it says here. I expect you guys.
You might have to do auditions to make sure.
Oh, okay.
Married in the Literary Center.
And if you
Literacy
can't make
Center
the date,
first.
yeah. And if you can't make the date, we can always record you and do you virtually. That's always fun. Our Still Library and Literacy Vehicle and Outreach Program, Pop-Up Tulare County, is providing outreach as special events. And if you know somebody who has a special events who would like to have us, there's a form on our website you can fill out. I just was in a meeting earlier where the Board of Trustees from the Visalia Unified School District wanted access to that so we could maybe do some stops over the summer at some of their schools. That's great. And we still are continuing to provide the best service to our citizens of Tulare County. Okay. This is the future and challenges. We're still working on our Dinuba, Springville, and potential, cross our fingers, state grants for infrastructure projects. I submitted infrastructure projects for the Dinuba and Springville to lower local cost. And then we also submitted it for Alpa and Arosi. Did I do more? I can't remember right now. But definitely those two. Those were very important to me. So I have a big, long list. That's why it's hard to remember sometimes. The bookmobile, I mentioned the book machines and outreach expansive. When we get the book machines, we're going to do also bookmobile stops at those book machines on a regular basis. We're expanding services in person, virtually, and personal services. We're continuing to do that. We are looking at new branch hours we hope to roll out in the fall. We'll come before you with those hours to get your approval. And the Library Advisory Board will once again begin their tours, which we've mentioned 3 times. So it tells you how important it is to them. They really enjoy those. So I basically want to tell you that we've been very lucky. Recently, funding opportunities in some of the areas listed in our challenges have increased, and we're very happy about that. These are still challenges, as these are often the first cuts when we have budget decreases. So I appreciate your support of meeting those challenges. The state has also provided funding. We're also seeing federal money coming to us, like ARPA, and that's really helping us out in the areas that are most dire to the library. And everything you do for us, we so appreciate. My staff is so grateful for everything we get. And we really feel like the board is really hearing us and hearing how much we do, and we feel very appreciated. So do you guys have any questions at this time? And then I'll do my thank yous.
I have a quick question. The status of the Literacy Center, I know there was a small fire. I think it was small.
The Literacy Center's back porch caught fire, and there was damage. If you go look at it, it just looks a little sad and a little smoky. But yes,
Usable?
they're finishing the cleanup, and the literacy staff is returning, I believe, this week. But we will be doing repairs, and the cleanup and repairs are looking at about $40,000. For just that back porch area. So everybody's been really great that's worked on this. The fire department, the police department found it, fire department came, everybody worked. The general services, everybody's working really well on this and getting it done. It's very important. We also had a small fire, dumpster fire from an abandoned dumpster in the back of Visalia a couple weeks later, and that's been taken care of as well.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from colleagues? Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, so
I tried to rush, so.
Great report, and just really do appreciate all that you're doing to reach residents of all age groups throughout the county. I think it's really commendable, and you're fulfilling your original commitment that you made in your interview, I remember. So thank you,
Thank you.
Darla. We are very grateful.
Thank you.
Darla, I just want to say thank you. It is a great report, and I love the tour you took me on to show me all the facilities. And I just want to say thank you for your service, and thank you for the board. I know they've been working very hard, and it's been an ongoing process, so thanks.
We have a great board.
yes. And then I'll just share that you've been extremely helpful whenever I've reached out to you with our underserved communities and have been reaching out. And so you've been able to, provide the resources and the services that are needed to continue making our libraries strong and to continue to do the great work. And and then now being an ex officio member of the board, I just really feel the passion, I feel the commitment, and I feel the orgullo, the pride of the board members as they talk about different activities, different programs, what can we do more. And so, I really look forward to those continued conversations as well. All right. So with that, we will transition.
Oh, Mr. Chair, you do need a vote on this one.
Oh, yes, we do. Sorry.
Move for approval, Mr. Chair.
Here's just my thank you slide. There's
Okay.
lots of people to thank besides the board and the county employees and the county, everybody who helps the CAO, everybody who helps me. But CSED is one of those people. I was very proud. They also helped me personally because my daughter went through one of their programs. So, and she's now in college in Canada. So I really, partnership is key. Like you said, it takes a village, and this village is pretty awesome. So,
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor. That was Supervisor Vanderpool, seconded by Supervisor Shucklian.
Whatever.
No, Supervisor Shucklian, roll call, please.
Supervisor McCary?
Aye.
Supervisor Vanderpool?
Aye.
Supervisor Shucklian?
Aye.
Supervisor Valero?
Aye.
Supervisor Townsend?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Evening
One of
meetings,
those
we get a little punchy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should have had wine with dinner.
All right. We are going to provide the proclamation. And so this proclamation will be recognizing April 3rd to the 9th, 2022 as National Library Week in Tulare County. And we have today Darla Wegner, County Librarian, Alex McDavid, Chair of the Library Advisory Board, and Elena Nava, Volunteers Coordinator. And so I will read the proclamation recognizing April 3rd through the 9th as National Library Week in Tulare County. So whereas the Tulare County Library celebrates 112 years of service and the Read to Succeed Library Literacy Program celebrates 22 years of free service partnering with libraries, literacy programs, friends, foundations, and other organizations to transform the lives of residents in Tulare County. And whereas libraries are open and inclusive places that welcome everyone to connect with new ideas to better themselves through continued access to print and online resources, including books. And whereas libraries ensure equity of access for all and offer opportunities for everyone to explore new worlds by developing and maintaining programs, services, and collections that are as diverse as the populations we serve. And whereas libraries ensure equity of access to computers and Wi-Fi internet that is critical for educational and employment opportunities. And whereas today's library services provided by librarians and library staff extend far beyond the four walls of our buildings through outreach, virtual, and mobile programs and services, especially as we adapt to our changing world. And whereas libraries play an invaluable role as a cornerstone of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or social economic status. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tulare County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize National Library Week, April 3rd through the 9th, 2022. During this week and throughout the year, we encourage all residents to connect with their Tulare County Library in person on social media or at www.tularecountylibrary.org to discover the many free resources and services available. Signed this date, April 5th, 2022, by Supervisor McCary, Supervisor Vanderpool, Supervisor Shucklian, Chair Eddie Valero, and Vice Chair Townsend. And with that, we will present this to you as we all make our way down to the floor to take a picture.
Yeah, sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't say 5.
You too.
All right. Item 27, and that is the request from the Auditor Controller's Office to approve an agreement with CGI Technology and Solutions, Inc. Take it away, Cass Cook.
Here are the headlines.
There we go. Okay, sorry. Good evening, Chair, Board. It's a pleasure to be here. A little background to start off. We have a financial system called AFIN, that's Advantage Financial. It's our primary financial system, and we use it to pay bills. It's our accounts receivable and I can't say it, procurement. County first implemented AFIN back in 1986, so it's been a while. We had an upgrade in 2014, was really our last major upgrade. And then about 3 or 4 years ago, we really wanted to tackle this project and get up to date. That was around 2018, 2019. So we assembled the different county departments to get their input. And with their assistance, and we put together our requirements for a new system. And just to kind of give it some flavor of what we're doing here, there are over 400 users in the county of this system. So it's a major program. As technology advances, software solutions must continue to evolve to maintain desired levels of performance, maintenance, support, and security. So those are some of our guiding principles. We also recognize that, with all of these 400 employees and the affected departments, that this is a major change and it'll have an impact on those departments. We want to make sure that those are kept to a minimum. All right, so our modernization of AFIN. One of the things that's included with this modernization is we are going to the cloud. So we're coming off premises, as they say, and going to the cloud. We will always be up to date with with the updates. In the past, we have fallen behind, so this will keep us always up to date. This solution is built for government, and it's based on the latest technology. It will also give us a predictable 10-year spend. It'll have a modernized user experience. Another thing, we're not just updating, we're also including new services that included fixed assets, vendor self-service, and inventory management on a single platform. Whereas before we'd have different softwares that didn't really talk to each other. Now we can bring them into one major software, AFIN. One of the reasons behind all this is to become more efficient at what we do. So with these new modules, like I said, the inventory, fixed assets, and vendor self-service, we will look at our processes, see how we can improve them. How can we do better? How can we be quicker, more efficient, and cheaper? One of my goals along with that was when we got the proposal back from the company, which is CGI, they included this business process review for the new modules, and I went back to them and said, oh, that's fine, that's nice, but we want to also go back and look at the process that we're currently using and review those. What can we do better with what we have now? And we were able to get that at the same price. So we're excited about that. New capabilities, yeah. So fixed assets. So one of the major issues we face is departments are having to enter the same information multiple times in different softwares. With this upgrade, we can do a one entry, and it'll populate the entire all the different modules. Auto generation from accounts payable, as it says. The other thing, we're looking at inventory that'll update in real time. It's mobile enabled. We've got scanning control. Our primary user for the inventory module will be IT, but we hope to expand that in the future. Fixed assets, that'll be purchasing and the auditor controller office, as well as the vendor self-service that allow vendors to go online. They can register, they can update their information, they can check on invoices. Are they being paid? When are they being paid? And all this is just synced together, and it'll work really well.
You had to let Joe for
I'm looking. Yeah. All right. So it's a unified system. We're eliminating data silos and delays. We're eliminating manual reconciliations. We're reducing human error. We're unifying operations across departments. We're reducing downtime and maintenance. We're also going to improve our reporting, which for me is one of our bigger issues, and we have delays in getting the reports that we need with the up-to-date data. You can't tell, but I'm really excited about this project. Okay, but with any new system or new project, it comes with a cost. Currently, we're paying over $700,000 for maintenance, but that also includes staff time. What's not shown on that current annual amount is because we're on premises, there are capital costs, there are equipment costs that as equipment wears down, we gotta buy new servers and things. With this new system, there's a one-time implementation cost of $4.5 million. The annual cost is about $1.1 million. What it should allow us to do as we go into the future is cut down on staff time that's devoted to keeping the system up to date. It'll cut down on capital costs and buying new servers and such. And I would say this may be a big chunk of money to swallow, but really we've been behind. So this is our attempt to catch up. This is really where we should have been years ago. We're not alone in this project or with this software. There's numerous entities that currently use CGI and AFIN. In particular, I'll just call out the City of LA, Orange County, City of Anaheim, the City of Modesto, and several states, Wyoming. Sorry.
I was going to say, you got me sold when I saw Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're not alone, and it's nice to have in-state colleagues that are using the system that we can share information back and forth, and especially I believe it's either LA or Orange County. They're using it to its fullest potential, so that will be helpful as we move forward to implement the new modules. Okay, yes. So with that, I do want to thank a few people that have been involved in this project, especially TCICT, Joseph Halford and his staff. GSA, and especially purchasing, have been involved in this process, the CAO's office as well. And in reality, we've been in contact with most, if not all, the departments have been involved in coming up with the requirements that are needed for the departments to do their job. So we work closely with them. And finally, two of the most reliable people I know in the county, Justin Avila and Ceci Garces, have been really pivotal in bringing this project forward. So I want to call out them and thank them for their efforts. That concludes my report. Okay, thanks, Darla.
I don't know if she's happy it's over or just was a good report. I vote yes.
Does her vote count? No, okay.
I bring it to the board for questions. All right.
Cass, I just want to say thank you. Coming from an era as a county employee where we had to stop work because the servers were full and they had to run down to Office Depot and buy one, or it rained and it leaked into the closet where the server was and killed it, and we would just be shut down. That's one thing I talked to Jason about, our CAO, as soon as I came on, was what are we doing? I talked to Joe about it, and you're bringing us into the century. We're up to date, and I just want to thank you very much. I'm very excited and looking forward to this.
Thank you. Others?
Well said, Supervisor Macari. Long time coming, very supportive of this. It does have a little bit of sticker shock, but anything with dollar assigned to it coming from the auditor is always a sticker shock.
All right. So with that, again, yes, echo the comments from my colleagues. Great work, and
I'll move for approval if there's no
All
public
right.
comments.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, public comment. So any members from the public in the chamber? All right, and we're going to move to any members of the public via Zoom or phone.
we have no public comment.
Okay.
That's why I said
Thank you.
if there's no public comment, I would move for approval.
All right, so with that being said, we do have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Vanderpool,
I'll second.
second by Vice Chair Townsend. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Macari?
Aye.
Supervisor Vanderpool?
Aye.
Supervisor Shucklian?
Aye.
Supervisor Valero?
Aye.
Supervisor Townsend?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we move on to our last item. Yeah. Our last item is item 28, and that is a request from the County Council Office to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 31 of Part 1 of the Ordinance Code of Tulare County, and then it continues. But I will then hand this over to County Council, Jennifer Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, CAO, Chief Clerk, Jennifer Flores, County Council. Happy to close out this very exciting untimed items section. As the board agenda item notes, your board originally adopted a county hearing officer ordinance back in 2019, which contemplated that certain administrative appeal hearings from actions taken by county departments would be conducted by either a 3-panel body of local attorneys or by an administrative law judge assigned by the state of California in place of your board acting as the hearing panel. The purpose was to provide a more efficient and effective administrative appeals process and allow your board to concentrate on the policy and legislative matters of this county. However, as the board adopted, we found out that local attorneys were reluctant to step forward to serve on the panel, and there was an undue delay and expense of using the state administrative law judges. Therefore, the original ordinance was temporarily suspended. This ordinance now amends the process to allow your board to add the options of hiring an employee to serve as the county hearing officer and to allow the CAO to contract with licensed attorneys on an ad hoc basis in the event there is a need for an outside attorney to serve as a hearing officer, for instance, in case of conflicts of interest of the county hearing officer. The proposed ordinance amendment would end the suspension of the original ordinance, reinstate the requirement to assign the appropriate hearings to the county hearing officer, and then add those options I just mentioned. Apart from the options for engaging services of the hearing officer addressed by the ordinance amendments, staff is also working on future agenda items to establish uniform appeals fees for such appeals hearings and modifying more of the county's underlying administrative ordinance to provide more uniform and consistent procedures of pre-appeals by the departments and for notices and timelines for appealing decisions to the hearing officer. So this will allow for a more efficient, streamlined approach for these county appeals hearings. I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can on this item, and I also have our Chief Deputy County Counsel Jeff Kuhn, who is here to answer your more complex questions. And I would like to thank both Jeff and Barbara Grinwald, who was here, for all the work they've done in cleaning up this ordinance and all the work they've done behind the scenes to help the departments with these hearings. And also thanks to our CAO, Jason Britt, and our Chief Clerk, Melinda Benton, and also our Assistant CAO, John Hess, for assisting us through the process and working very closely with us to make sure this met the needs of our board.
All right. Are there any questions from my colleagues at this time? All right, and so we're voting to set the adoption of the ordinance for April 19 of 2022.
Yes, introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 31 of Part 1 of the Ordinance Code of Tulare County pertaining to the county hearing officer position, finding that the title of the ordinance was included in the published agenda and that a copy of the full ordinance was made available online and in print at the meeting before the ordinance was introduced, and set the adoption of the ordinance for April 19th, 2022, and also to direct the clerk to publish a summary of the ordinance before its adoption as required by law.
I think
Right.
Eddie should have to repeat that.
And are there any
I would move
members?
for approval if there's no questions.
All right, and then are there
Public
members of the
comments.
public who would wish to comment on this in the chambers, on phone or Zoom?
No public comment.
All right, so there's been a motion on the floor by Supervisor Vanderpool, seconded by Supervisor Shucklian. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McCary?
Aye.
Supervisor Vanderpool?
Aye.
Supervisor Shucklian?
Aye.
Supervisor Valero?
Aye.
Supervisor Townsend?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so before we close out the board meeting, we have one other item, and that is board matter requests. Are there any board members wishing to make a referral to staff and have a matter of business be considered for future agenda?
I do. Oh.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, I've noticed on the last couple of agendas that the AB 361 item is no longer on there. I'd like to see that back on for us to consider being able to do remote meetings according to AB 361.
All right, thank you. And then we have another one.
Yeah, I had already referred to staff to start doing some research on this, but I'd like to get it on an upcoming agenda, an opposition letter to AB 2764, and that's been proposed to put a hold on the expansion of or new meat and poultry processing facilities throughout California, which is a really bad idea, especially post-COVID. During the USDA is actually coming up with grants right now to increase meat and poultry processing plants because of the supply chain issues. But somebody had the bright idea in California to put up AB 2764 to ban that. So I'd like us to oppose that.
All right, thank you both for sharing those, and we will have staff look at those. And so, yes, thank you. And council, is there a need for closed session?
No, Mr. Chair, there is no further need for closed session.
All right, thank you, Council Flores. With that, thank you for attending tonight's board meeting. Stay safe and keep pressing forward.
Look, there's a lot of chicken places opening up. I mean, there's a new chicken place opening up on every block. On Mooney Boulevard, Angry Chickens, Depressed Chickens.